Hey everybody, we are back. I'm going to play some Castlevania. Alright. So you can see the Q-Hack version 1.3 in the top right. What that does is extends the field of view of the game. Castlevania Symphony of the Night just has built-in black bars on the top and bottom. The Q-Hack just extends the screen so they're not black bars and fix most of the problems that come with that. And it's nice to look at. Yeah, so let's do Symphony of the Night. It's been a while since I've done this game on stream. I don't remember the last time I did this. The real question is, like, am I gonna go for, like, the 200% ending? Because it's always just kind of tedious to get.
Die, monster!
It involves you getting,
like,
200.
It was not by my
Not
hand
actually
that I'm once
200, you have to get
given
over,
flesh.
I think, like,
I was called
195,
here by
190.
humans
Sent
who
map
wish to pay
coverage,
me tribute.
It's tedious.
Tribute? You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
I don't think you need that to unlock
Perhaps
playable
the
Richter.
same could be said of all
Then you just have to,
religions.
like, get the true ending.
Your words are as empty as your soul.
Get the reverse castle.
Mankind ill
One of the
needs a
reverse castle
savior
endings.
such as you.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. Have at you.
And Dance of Illusions, get rid of the holy water. So this can be done a lot quicker if you use the holy water and do the Hydro Storm Mountain Crash. But this fight also affects the stats holy card starts with, and something is lowered if you have the holy water in your equipment when this fight ends. Three fireball shots. That's surprising, you usually jump by now. Oh. There we go, jeez.
No, it cannot be.
That was crazy. There's a bunch of variables in that fight that determine different stats. If you finish that fight with 0 hearts, Alucard will start with a heart refresh, which is something that's used in some speedrunning categories. And the holy water will lower some stat. If you die and Maria comes in to revive you, something is lowered. I don't know the full list, but there's a few variables to it. There's a few things you get in this game if you have a completed save file on your memory card. One of those is the ability to just skip through cutscenes and dialogue, which is nice. Not essential, but it's kind of nice. Real quick, let's check out the retro achievements for this. What do I have? Because it said when I started this I had 2 unlocked. Defeat Dracula, defeat Slogger and Gaibin. Alright. Well, I haven't done a lot of this with the retro achievements. What is that? 5 layers of parallax scrolling? Whee! So Symphony of the Night, of course, famed for its legendary soundtrack composed by Michiru Yamane. And the first piece of the main game is Dracula's Castle, which plays in the entrance here. Hey, how you doing?
Alucard, what is your business here?
I've come to put an end to this.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Still befriending mortals. I'll not ask you to return to our side, but I
demand that you cease your attack.
I will not.
You shall regret those words.
I like the voice acting
We
for the
will
most
meet
part in this
again.
game.
What?
This game gets a lot of flack for its voice acting and localization, but the voice acting, I think, for the most part is fine. The localization, I think, is actually really good. And there's so many little details to it, from stuff like enemy names, item names. The dialogue itself is fine, you try saying any of it out loud. There's one fan translation that I've seen that I've played for the PS1 version, where fans just took the Japanese version and completely re-localized it. and I think it's just arguably worse. And it brings up a point, like I said, you write all the dialogue down and like read it out, and it sounds hokey a little. It sounds kind of hokey and like maybe stilted. The fan translation sounds worse. Oh yeah, it's great to read, and if you're listening to Japanese voices and these are basically just subtitles, it's fine. But if you try reading them out loud, try voice acting them, the lines themselves are not good. Yeah, I think Symphony of the Night gets undeserved flack for that. So this is a bit of a tricky jump. There we go. That allows you to get up here before you're intended to, and you get the Bastillard, which is weaker than the short sword we currently have, but it counts as a punching weapon, and punching weapons hit really fast. There's like, you got slash, slash, slash. So if you have damage that's anywhere comparable, and this is just 1 point below an attack, but the attack is considerably faster. So ultimately, you're doing less damage per hit, but you're doing more damage per second. Could be this one. Punching weapons aren't as fast in any of the Castlevania games that came after this. But Castlevania, the Metroidvania Castlevania games that followed this, wouldn't let you choose your own weapon until Aria of Sorrow. Both Circle of the Moon and Harmony of Dissonance. Both Circle of the Moon and Harmony of Dissonance had the whip as your weapon. ice drop. That's uncommon. Go for the next boss fight, but one of the handles coming up always drops snacks anyway. So we got poison, which is what the colour, like the colour flashing over the character is. Poison in this game does not drain your health, it just lowers your attack considerably. Which is worse. Yeah, it's the spirit orb, which I usually don't get because it's out of the way. But we can absolutely get it. So the candle just before this room always drops an axe. And then with the Basilard, like, we can get Gaibun in, like, here he goes, he lands. We can kill him before he gets back up. But yeah, we can go grab the spirit orb. It's not this way then. The main problem I have with Symphony of the Night is, like, it's a great game and it's a lot of fun, but by the time we get to the reverse castle, I'm kind of tired of it. Because the reverse castle is not fun. In retrospect of, like, the games that came after this, avoiding the bad ending is always like, yeah, it's cool and you get a little bit more of the game to play. Whereas Symphony of the Night is like, cool, you've unlocked the second half of the game. But the issue with that is the second half of this game is worse. Like, you play Aria of Sorrow and you unlock, what do they call it? Chaos Abyss? And that's how you're supposed to get the Bastard. You unlock the Chaos Abyss and it's a pretty short area. There's a Chaos Dimension and Dawn of Sorrow has the Abyss. But Dawn of Sorrow also has the pretty short area. Portrait of Ruin has the 4 extra paintings, and then the Brawler fight and the Dracula Death fight. And they're not bad, but the 4 extra paintings all reuse assets from the previous 4 paintings. Though it's still better than Symphony of the Night just turning the castle upside down. Because getting through the upside down castle is so much less convenient. You're always having to do the super jump or turn into a bat to fly around. It's frustrating. And Portrait of Ruin is not that bad. The game with the best, like, bad ending avoidance thing. What's the best about? I'm getting pretty lucky with blocks today. But the Castlevania Metroidvania game with the best, like, oh, you avoided the bad ending, here's a little more game for you, is Order of Ecclesia. Because you avoid the bad ending and then you unlock the castle, and it's a whole new set of environments. With, like, a considerable amount of extra gameplay. Also difficult. I should do Order of Ecclesia on stream at some point, but I need to do Dawn of Sorrow on stream at some point as well. And I guess Circle of the Moon. And Holy Water, and now we're going to keep this for most of the game. So the way we need to go is up. If we go down, it'll cycle us back to the alchemy. It's not even the alchemy lab, it's the entrance. Cycle us back to the entrance. But going down is also where we can get the spirit orb. But you know what? I'll do that later when I've got the wolf or something. We can move faster.
Wait a moment. You seem human, and yet, what do you here?
I've come to destroy this castle.
Then we have the same purpose.
You want to criticize the
I'll
voice
trust you for
acting. I think
now.
Maria's a good example
Who are
to
you?
criticize.
Alucard.
Not because her voice acting
Not the
is particularly
talkative type, I
bad,
can see.
but because she has
Well,
weird,
perhaps
unique
we'll meet again.
pronunciations for a bunch of
If
stuff.
you live that long.
Like, she never calls
Farewell.
Richter, she always calls him Pizza. Pizza. I was like, what are you saying, Maria? Richter himself is one of the weaker voice actors, voiced by Scott McCulloch of Resident Evil fame. The Succubus voice actress is also not very good. After you defeat her, she suddenly has a weird accent. Alright, so right now, the next checkpoint we want to hit is the library. We get to the library, we buy the Jewel of Open, and that will allow us to go to the underground caverns. And the Royal Chapel. To minimize backtracking, the Royal Chapel is where we want to go. Because we'd have to go back to the caverns after we get the bat power up. So if we leave the caverns until after we get until after we do the Colosseum, we'll be fine. So kill one of these regularly, kill one with the holy water. You do an idea of exactly why we hold on to the holy water. Because it's broken. You might be like, oh, but Chrono, like, don't break the game. It's such an easy game anyway, you don't need to break it. It's like, Symphony of the Night has so many ways to break it. If you're not breaking it, you're just doing a challenge run. Who knows, maybe later we'll grind for a Crusade run. Another way to break the game. Oh, it's raining. This guy is really dangerous at this point in the game. As you can see, like, he took 3 holy waters, didn't die. You want to be very careful about dealing with him. Ordinarily, you're not supposed to get in here until you have mist, so you can get through this door. But there's that secret platform there, and get the Miracurus, which isn't that good. Like, by the time you get the mist, you'll have armor that's better than this. But right now, it's better than the hide cuirass we've got, and it prevents petrification. The dual knuckles are considerably better, and will allow us to tear through most of the early game. And again, our punching weapons. grow up so fast. That's also a trophy in the PS4 version, or the PSP version that was bundled into a collection on PS4 called Castlevania Requiem. It's one of those weird little touches Symphony of the Night has that has absolutely no purpose. Every single frame of animation there had to be drawn by somebody. Not like it's 3D models that could just be reused and molded in whatever way they wanted. So the Red Rust is a garbage weapon that will always drop from the second skeleton you kill that takes 2 hands. It's weaker than the short sword you get from the first skeleton you kill. However, it will curse enemies for some reason. Doppelganger can be a really tricky fight if you're doing this legit, and if you don't have the dual knuckles. Curse negates most of that, because it means Doppelganger is unable to use its regular attack. And thus Doppelganger becomes much easier. Generally, I find the early game... Oh, it's foggy now. Generally, I find the early game of this game to be the most dangerous. Because you're just limited in your options. There is stuff in the late game that can do absurd amounts of damage. But it doesn't matter as much because you have more ways of dealing with that damage. But something like Doppelganger, you don't have a whole lot of health when you get to this point anyway. We are maxed out at 96 at the moment. Doppelganger having tricky movement, throwing daggers a bunch. Having the wing smash for the bat, which you don't have yet. It can make Doppelganger a really dangerous enemy. And I think it's probably the most dangerous early game boss. Alright, let's activate this teleporter. I wonder if this game was the progenitor of teleportation points or fast travel points in the Metroidvania. Because Super Metroid didn't have it, and I think Metroid in general didn't have that until... I guess Metroid Prime 3? Anyway, now that a bunch of that's done, let's go to the library. By exploiting a trick with the wolf form, it is actually possible for us to just go through the clock tower now. We can make it across the platforms before they break. The clock tower is a later game area though, so enemies there will do a bunch more damage. It's doable, it's just dangerous. I'd say so too. Like, using the ship to travel to various points on the same planet, I'd say so. You can get there on foot, or you can use the ship to get to different points quicker. If it was different, if it was only that you could use the ship to get to the other planets, I wouldn't call it fast travel. But since you can walk to those areas, yes. I don't even know what the context of that quote is. Which is concerning, because that's not an old quote. Right, and this gives us the enemy names. I'll finish Prime 3 one day. I've done a bunch of Prime 1 and Prime 2 with Prime Hack, but I haven't actually touched Metroid Prime 3 with Prime Hack. Alright, so I've done this before, and I don't want to spend a huge amount of time trying to do this now. But there's a trick you can do here to get up to that ledge. Let's see if I can do it real quick. What is it, R1? L1. R2. So we're not supposed to be able to get up to that ledge until we have at least double jump. Using the wolf form, if you transform into the wolf in midair, you're able to do the jump kick, which you're not supposed to be able to do until you get double jump. If you can get the positioning of these books just right, you can jump kick off one of them onto that platform. And I've done it before. I think I might have done it on stream, but it's so finicky to precisely place. Over here. What you get for doing this is the fairy card, which allows you to summon the fairy far earlier than you're intended to, which doesn't matter. Not the point of it. Why are you down there? Sometimes it's so slow, sometimes it's so fast in its movement, and it's frustrating trying to predict it. Oh, god damn it, I almost had a double kick off it. That would have been great. I'm gonna make this safe by only doing it with one. This is something I could probably practice to get better at, but it's so inconsequential. It's just kind of cool to see. We're gonna try this until this bug dies. Come on. Didn't get it. Alright. We wasted no time on that. So it allows you to get the fairy card, which itself doesn't matter. But what it allows you to do is, if you do it before you go into the library for the first time, and then summon the fairy familiar here, and wait for her to start talking. Once she starts talking, you can go into the library. This cutscene will happen,
Been a long
and you'll be
time,
able
old
to
one.
pause the game during the
Oh,
cutscene.
it's you, Master Alucard. What do you need?
Which allows you to go into your inventory
I
and you
need your
can
help.
equip various things.
Young Master, I cannot aid one who opposes the Master.
The most important idea of that
won't
is
go
that you can
unrewarded.
equip rings,
Really?
and then
In
you
that
can
case,
sell
just
them.
tell me what you need.
So you sell rings that you don't have. For example,
I'm
I have
interested
one
in this.
Zircon right now. I would be able to pause the game and equip that right now. But it would still be
interested in
there for me
this.
to sell because the game is registered that it's in my inventory during this conversation. By selling that, I would then be able to remove the ring, and it would underflow the game to give me the maximum amount of Zircons that I can possibly have, which would then allow me to sell them again. It's done with a
interested in
different
this.
ring primarily that you can get. I think you can get there's an onyx in the castle wall you can get, which is more valuable. It's done, like duplicating that to get money, it's done to allow you
interested
to
in
buy
this.
an item that is only available on New Game Plus, or on, not New Game Plus, a New Game replay file, which is one of the things that becomes available if you have a complete save of Castlevania on your memory card. Every file you start after that is considered a replay file, and certain things will be available. One of them will be an item called the Duplicator in the shop. It costs 500,000, which is more money than you're likely to get in a playthrough. But it allows you to use items like these. Magic Missile, the Blacker Knife, that do very high damage. Like, you look at that, it's like 36 damage each. The idea of why they do so much damage is they are one-time use items, but if you use them with the Duplicator equipped, they are infinite use. And it breaks the game.
Thank you.
It's one of the old speedrunning methods to duplicate that and get
Thank you. Farewell for
the
now.
duplicator. And you can just spam whatever. You can see in some of the old GDQs when they do it, and one thing they do to make things a little more interesting for the audience as well is they would shield dash, which is this. It's the back dash where you pull the shield out during the animation, which cancels out the recovery. This is about as fast as you can backdash normally. But if you pull the shield out, you can do it a lot faster. Speedrunners have the rhythm down practically perfectly to make it a lot smoother than I can do. But it's not just shields that it works with. There's an item called a meal ticket, which works as a one-time use item, which if you have the nuclear equipped, it becomes an infinite use item. When you use the meal ticket, you will randomly throw out a single piece of food, single food item. So one thing you can see in some of those old GDQs is speedrunners using the shield dash, but with the meal ticket, so they're backdashing and just throwing out food, and it's a little more visually entertaining. So now that we have the Jewel of Open, like I say, we can go back to... We can go to the Royal Chapel or the Underground Caverns. The Royal Chapel is the better place to go because we can end up getting a double jump that direction. Whereas if we go through the Royal Caverns, we'll eventually have to come back because if we go through the Underground Caverns, we'll eventually have to come back because we won't have the ability to fly. Going through the Royal Chapel goes into the Castle Keep. Getting the double jump, which allows us technically to get into the Colosseum, although using that wolf jump. Using the wolf jump kick trick, we can get into the Colosseum now. But in the Colosseum, we can get the Power of Mist. Form of Mist? Soul of Mist? I think Soul of Mist or something. The ability to turn into Mist. Which we can then use in one of the hidden passages in the library to find the Soul of Bat. Wow, Pentagram's a rare drop. Getting some good rare drops today. But yeah, get a Soul of Bat to allow us to fly, then go to the Underground Chapel, the Underground Caverns. And we can do everything there in a single run. If we're not after getting, like, the map completion, and we don't care about getting the cutscenes in, like, the order we're supposed to, or just at all, we can skip the Royal Chapel, go through the Colosseum, get the Power of Mist, and then the Colosseum, we can exit out the other side of the Colosseum to get to a higher point in the Royal Chapel, then head up to the Castle Keep to get the double jump, and then go and get the Power of Bat. Or the Power of Bat? Power of Bat is different. Since the Colosseum is also an area that we're expected to go to later than this, I would recommend having the dual knuckles for it if you intend to. Okay, so using the stopwatch will open the other side. Then jump kick off to get up here. And we get the Alucard equipment. The Alucard equipment is fake. fake versions of the Alucard equipment, but if you have all 3 pieces equipped, it gives you a plus 30 to your luck. Which has its value. But by heading this way right now, we can take that pathway that will lead us to the Spirit Orb as well. It would have been faster to use the teleporter to go back to the entrance, but by going this way, we can grab the Spirit Orb. Unless you get Power of Wolf, for the most part, the wolf itself is kind of useless. Power of Wolf allows the wolf to run really fast and just through enemies. Which makes it a good way of getting around. Though, because of the way it controls, like, it's not super great. It has no real dexterity. If you need to do any kind of serious jumping, you're gonna have to turn out of the wolf and then back into the wolf to continue moving. It wasn't until Aria of Sorrow, when you get the Black Panther Soul, which allows you to move really fast, that you could move fast but also move well. Like, the Black Panther Soul is so useful, I will use it in boss fights. Just to move around quicker. Oh, I could have done with having the holy water for this. Kill you so I can get you in the bestiary. This might be the only place these ghost enemies appear in this game. The sprite itself comes from Super Castlevania 4. I'm thinking, like, do they appear in the clock tower? But no, I think that's specifically like the small skull ghost. This guy, labeled as Cthulhu, it's actually a misrepresentation. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Malachi. I've got the MP. Because there's another enemy that looks like Cthulhu that's called Malachi. There we go. Dangerous, does quite a bit of damage. Spamming holy water, best way to deal with them. Excellent. This takes us back to the entrance anyway, let's save. So now we'll take that other door that we saw before the Slogger and Gaibin fight. And that door leads to a corridor with a blue door in it, which we can now open with the Jewel of Open. Which will lead us to the Royal Chapel. get poisoned. So if we go through the Colosseum and skip this doorway, we also completely missed this second meeting with...
So, we meet again, Alucard.
It seems so.
As friendly as ever, I see. It's strange. This castle is different than I remember it.
This castle is a creature of chaos. It may take many incarnations.
So I can't trust my memories, huh? Oh well, I'll do my best. Good luck.
Royal Chapel also has one of the like low-key pieces on the soundtrack. It's really nice that I feel like you don't hear all that often in playthroughs of this game. So by going through this area properly, we'll be able to get like a proper listen to it. Deal with that in a minute. Did I make it in there? No, I probably didn't. Spectral Sword, Spirit Sword, Puppet Sword, they have like 3 names. Nasty, dangerous, hard to get close enough to hit. Excellent Soul Steel fodder, which, now that we've done, will appear on the spell list. Cost 50 MP. Absolutely worth it. It is one of those things that breaks the game. It restores... It hits everything. Everything on screen that can be damaged, it will hit. And everything that it hits... It will hit multiple times until it dies or until the spell ends. And every hit that it does will then go back to you and restore 8 hit points of your health. And there are some bosses that have enough hitboxes, like they're big enough to have enough areas to hit them, where a single Soul Steel can take you down from... It can bring you back from... That guy's gonna... I've had it before, like, I've been at maybe 50 HP, and it's brought me back up to over 300. Soul Steel is absolutely busted. We get the evil priest. Yes, this is it. It's another one of those details that has no real purpose, but just exists in Symphony of the Night. I think in the Japanese version, the good priest, I think, will drop a wine set. And that's kind of it. Yeah, Symphony of the Night is a game about, in its development ideas, I think I would say it's a game about indulgence. There's so much weird and interesting stuff they've put in here for the sake of just having weird and interesting stuff. It doesn't serve any purpose to the overall game. And it's one of... Oh, an iron shield. It's one of the things that really helps this game still remain beloved in the eyes of a lot of people. Because there's stuff like, you can argue, yeah, no, it's a great game, and that's why people still love it. But there's a lot of great games that people love and then move on from, and it's fine. And they don't go back to as much. It's the weird and interesting stuff that really sticks in your mind, that keeps you thinking about these games after you're done. And then a lot of the times why you go back to play them again. As an example, I'd say a good amount of Metal Gear Solid's popularity comes from the weird stuff as well as the serious stuff. Alright, here comes the boss. That works for you. Could have done that a lot faster if I had used the holy water.
Impressive. You're very strong.
What is it you want? You didn't come here to tell me that.
You're right. Do you know the name Richter Belmont?
Of the Belmont clan? Of course, but...
He disappeared about a year ago, and I'm sure he's here. If you see him, please let me know.
As you wish, my lady.
Thank you. So, you do know how to be a gentleman.
It's the 1700s. The phrase, my lady, hadn't been ruined yet. On a more reasonable level, it was 1997, the phrase, my lady, hadn't been ruined yet. Alright, let's go. Alright, so from here into the castle keep. Get the double jump and then head back to the clock room to go in the Colosseum. On replays, this is a big part of the reason why you'll go through the Colosseum first. Using the wolf jump trick. because it saves backtracking more than anything else. You go through the Colosseum to get to here, or you go through the Royal Chapel to go through here to go back down to the Colosseum. Oh no, I want that door actually. We can come back to that door. So currently there's not a whole lot we can do in the castle keep. We need the ability to fly to get anywhere. Hated these things since Castlevania 1. Another point of Symphony of the Night being a game full of completely unnecessary but amazing details is the double jump. Has Alucard's cape transform into wings really quick. And the wings are the same colour as your cape, and your cape will change colour depending on what cape you're wearing. So it's a really cool idea. I have to get back to the clock room. Scorpion. One of the main issues you can have with Symphony of the Night is just getting around the castle to the places you need to go can be kind of tedious. There are some areas where there's not really good access to them through teleporters. Like right now, just that center piece where the clock room is. It usually means a lot of traveling down this corridor. That was more trouble than it should have been. There's an interesting detail with the stone. I'm going to try and show this off. This is the best one. I did not know these things respawn. There's an interesting detail with the stone transformation. In that you have there's the two poses Alucard goes into, but there's a very rare chance to go into a third pose, which let's see if we can get it. Like I say, it's super rare. I played this game multiple times before I actually saw it. It's currently 3 minutes past 1. We'll try this until 5 times. Alright, that's it. And now to kill the flag so he can't tell anybody about our failure. Yeah, it's really interesting. There's a third form that appears very rarely when Alucard is turned to stone, which has him looking like a big even gargoyle thing. And it's really cool. Like I said, I played this game numerous times before I ever actually saw it. Like, it's pretty rare. How rare would I say it is? Rarer... I'd say probably rarer than the Crusade Room. Probably rarer than the Ring of Varda. Not as rare as Desperation attacks in Final Fantasy VI. Yeah. Symphony of the Night is also a game full of hidden statuses, elemental effects, elemental attributes, that you can completely ignore. So much in the game has elemental attributes. Fire enemies will be weak to ice attacks, ice enemies will be weak to fire attacks, but will nullify ice attacks. Most of the enemies are weak to holy attacks. Excellent, we made it before this shot. And like, you can go through the game without ever really paying attention to any of it. Aurochs' Quarters is another location we can't really do a whole lot with until we get the ability to fly. What I am gonna do, though, is I'm gonna get the teleport room here. Because when we have to come back here with the ability to fly, you'll make getting back here a lot easier. Even though it is actually pretty out of my way right now. Also, much MP are we on? 91 max. If an enemy's giving you trouble in this game, do not be afraid to just spam holy water. Looks like a kill, like a last attack. It's not. I spent years avoiding that before I found out that it doesn't actually do anything. Alright, so now that's unlocked. I should have done that when we went past the previous time. Would have saved cycling through again, but... So do this, then we go back to the library, get the ability to fly, then we'll go through the underground caverns, circle through there back to the entrance, which will allow us to get the power of wolf. I would like the power of wolf. It is unnecessary, but I would like it. So the music piece for the Colosseum is pretty good. It's called Wandering Ghosts. There's some nice guitar work. This is also the area where we got the shield rod. Paranthropus is an enemy of note, because in New Game, in a replay file, it is one of the things that will drop is the Ring of Vada, which massively boosts all of your stats. And you can get it as early as this on a replay file. It won't drop on a New Game file. That is a behemoth from Rondo of Blood. I'm not sure why it's here. This is actually pretty far away from where it died in Rondo of Blood. Let's go. Hunting Girl is an interesting example of one of the few enemies in this game that is strong against Holy Elemental. You're still doing alive. The ghost enemies like this are probably my least favourite enemies in the game. And there's only two of them. There's the Hunting Girl, and there are the Asgards that you find in the reverse Colosseum. And the main issue with them is the only way you can damage them is by hitting the hilt of their sword. But their sword itself is a hurt box. With the hunting girls, it's not too bad because they're fairly small. Do you mind? With the hunting girls, it's not too bad because the sword she uses is a thin rapier kind of thing. The Asgards are a real problem because their swords are huge and they do a lot of damage. There we go, now we can see the owl more than night. And the owl gets more aggressive that way. It's rare to see the owl more in the night, because the knight has considerably more health than the owl does. That was not worth it. Why do I always have trouble doing soul steal in this one room where I always want to do it? The longer this goes on, the worse I look. The main issue with this room is the skeleton riflemen that are behind the guardian enemy. Because they will take pot shots at you. And as you saw, they're like 34 points per hit right now. You know, I feel like you could say that about a bunch of the music in this game, man. But I think what really matters is, like, it's good music. It's good, enjoyable music to listen to. Why am I having so much trouble with this? It is a good track. Like I say, it's called Wandering Ghost. if you want to look it up. I think one of the things with a lot of the Castlevania tracks is a lot of the remixes of them come from Castlevania. When areas repeat or ideas or themes repeat, in later Castlevania games they'll bring the music back, but in a remix or a rearrangement style. Why am I having so much trouble?
Don't steal! Don't steal!
Damn it. Yeah, stuff like Dracula's Castle has reappeared in other Castlevania games. Dance of Illusions reappeared quite a few times as the Dracula battle theme. You don't have to think about it. There's a bunch of tracks in this game that don't reappear in later games that much. There's remixes or whatever. Crystal Teardrops doesn't. Final Toccata I don't think does, but we heard enough of that in this game.
Who are you? Open hell's gate! Come forth, my servants! The scent of your blood. You're a Belmont. Crush this flea who invades my castle!
So Werewolf and Minotaur were both standalone bosses in Rondo of Blood, the previous game. And they're both pretty dangerous there. More Werewolf than Minotaur, but mostly just because of the speed. Here, they're kicking the shit out of me. Oh, that's frustrating. Generally here, they're actually a lot easier. I'm apparently just really bad right now. God damn, that was embarrassing. Not the horns, but the problem was the axe. The axe counts as a hurt box. Doing the jump kick on an enemy is always kind of risky. I needed the space, was what it was. The intention was to jump kick over, get away from Werewolf, jump kick over Bull, so I could get over to the other side where I had some room. Let's do this properly this time, shall we? I have not had that much trouble with those two in years.
I'm certain that was a Belmont. So he says he's the lord of this castle.
Like, I've come here earlier than this and had less trouble with those two than I just did. That was weird. Like I say, going to, once you get form of wolf, like, going here instead of the Royal Chapel and doing this first, which has you at a lower level than you're expected to be. I've had less trouble doing that than I just did there. Yeah. No. No, yeah. I need to go back to the library now. Pro tip, whenever you use the library card, immediately unequip it afterwards. That way you won't accidentally use it again. So with double jump we can come up here. Into this area. Getting up here is ultimately useless without the power of mist, though. Keep calling it power of mist. What is the goddamn name of the ability to turn into it? Form of mist. Soul of wolf and soul of bat. Power of mist just allows you to stay as mist. I don't like flea armors because you can't kill them in one hit. They're counted as two-phase enemy. You destroy the armor and then they become a regular fleaman jumping around. And there's nothing you can do about it. Meh. 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 Do it the old way then. Topaz Circle absorbs lightning damage? No, it's poison damage. But the Holy Rod. It has the range of a sword-type weapon, but it hits so much faster. And it's also Holy Elemental. Yeah, Jojo. There's also Holy Elemental, which a lot of enemies are weak to. Alright, Lesser Demon. If you want to get complete bestiary coverage, you have to let this guy summon Mudmen. Alright, let's go. There we go. This is the only place Mudmen appear. So if you want them in the bestiary, you have to let the lesser demons summon them before you kill them. The real frustration is while lesser demon is summoning, he is completely immune to all damage. Which just gets kind of irritating. You know, I have Eyes of Heaven on PS4. Maybe I should do that for stream one day. Oh, there's the two JoJo games on PS2 that both have fan translations. One covers Phantom Blood, and the other covers Part 5, Golden Wind, I think it is. Why is Part 5 the only name I can't remember? Phantom Blood, Battle Tendency, Stardust Crusaders, Diamond is Unbreakable, Golden Wind, I think, Stone Ocean, Steel Ball Run, and JoJolion. Why are the inputs being awkward? There it is. One thing you could go your entire life without knowing is that a bunch of the weapons in this game have special attacks. There's like, here's a regular attack. There's your special. Regular, special. And it's just about knowing the input combination for them. But the Holy Rod is back to forward. And back forward attack, back forward attack. The Alucard sword has one that's kind of interesting. It's a teleport slash. And that one is the quarter circle down to forward. Or the general Hadouken move. Alright. Fairy card.
Your word is my command.
Now let's go. So Fairy is likely going to be the first familiar you get in this game. He is a support type familiar that doesn't attack enemies. He will just support you using your own items. If you're low on health, she will use potions to heal you. You have the ectoplasms down here. If one of them touches you, you get cursed. if you have an uncurse in your inventory, she will use it on you to uncurse you. And so on and so forth, as long as you've got the right items for the situation. If you have a life apple, which is a rare item, if you have a life apple and the fairy familiar are equipped, if you die while she's out, she will revive you with that life apple. I would argue she's probably the most useful of the familiars. Because of that, because the other ones will do damage in various ways. The bat will attack enemies by dashing into them to do damage. The demon will stab them with its lance to do damage. The ghost will absorb health from them. The sword will slash at them. It's generally a while before any of them start doing enough damage and become aggressive enough to really be useful. Fairy Familiar is arguably useful from the start if you're not particularly great at the game. It's a good safety net if you need it, if you've got the items. And she's also not a monster. I think, like, the second most useful one after that would probably be the sword. Sword gets really good once it's got some levels. Once it hits level 50, I think it's level 50, you can equip it as a weapon, which, what's the point? Why would you? You have weapons. You have probably better weapons. No, life apple, hammer, potion. All items the Fairy Familiar can use. The hammer she'll use to smash you out of petrification. And this is what we actually came here for. The gravity boots. Which gives us access to the super jump. Which makes going up the long passages like this, the long vertical passages, god damn it, much easier. Well, there's not really anything else to do now except wait. There we go. Fairy Familiar is also kind of cute in that she'll sit on your shoulder if you stay stationary for a while. I can't remember if it's the fairy familiar or the sprite familiar, which doesn't exist in the English, like technically exists, that you can't access in the English release of Symphony of the Night on PlayStation. Down here. There are two familiars in the code. You can get them if you use a cheat device. The Nose Demon and the Sprite, sometimes referred to as the Half Fairy. They're in the Japanese version, they're in the PSP version. They're just not available in the PS1 version, and some of the items are rearranged to compensate for that. So areas where you would find those two contain different stuff now. I don't know why exactly they took out the Sprite. I've heard the reason they took out the Nose Demon is because it's specifically a reference to a Japanese comedian, which, of course, Western audiences wouldn't understand. But getting back to my original point, I don't remember if it's the Fairy Familiar or the Sprite Familiar that will actually sing songs if you wait long enough and have the music cards. I feel like it's the Sprite. S-Stock. Yeah, two-handed. I like having a shield. Go down here to grab the save point. The one thing the Saturn version does that's arguably better, the wing smash will just keep going until you run out of MP or hit something. But in the PlayStation and PSP versions, it is just a single specific set attack time. That made me lose my holy water. But if it goes on until you run out of magic or you hit something, then it's one of the better ways of getting around. This is again what I mean by like weird details that Symphony just has that serve no purpose, but are just really cool that they have them. That's what I didn't say. I like how I can sit almost every chair in this game, and it's kind of neat. I'm using this chair to demonstrate something here, though. One, that the Fairy Familiar will sit on your shoulder when you're sat down, although we also saw earlier, completely by accident, that she'll sit on your shoulder while you stood up as well. Like, bearing in mind that these aren't 3D models that you can just place on top of each other. This specific sitting pose for the fairy, it has to be a completely unique sprite. It has to be a new sprite that was drawn. Which is one of the things that makes this game so kind of interesting in that regard. That it's got so many of these details. When every single detail would have taken more work. And there's Alucard asleep. Which I'm surprised is not a retro achievement for Git. You have to be sat for quite a while for this to happen. Alright. Let's do what we came here for. Thank you. Soul Steel is really good for All Rocks and Ranfaloon specifically, just because it can work as a really good screen clear attack. I can't believe Holy War is only doing 1 point of damage. The neat thing about All Rocks, though, is you can blow his arms off. And they'll regrow. Now he's getting faster, but he's not as fast as he could be. Like something's going wrong with this playthrough. I'm having a lot more trouble with some stuff than I should be. Is it the Iron Shield? Is the Iron Shield cursing me? Then he became Crocomire. The next boss shouldn't be any trouble, which is why they're going to give me so much trouble. Next boss should be the succubus. Super easy boss. So originally this is where I think the sword card is supposed to be located. But it's been moved to a different location. And that location is where one of the two removed familiars was. Although that location's actually still very close. It's a weird thing, like, they removed those two familiars and replaced them. I think the sword familiar, where the sword familiar is where the nose demon is. And, like, replace it with the sword familiar, and, like, it would make so much more sense to just keep the sword familiar where it normally is and replace the nose demon with a different item. But it's kind of like the weird triangle in Street Fighter, the weird triangle of renaming in Street Fighter. How in Japan, Balrog is called M. Bison, Vega is called Balrog, and M. Bison is called Vega. And they changed Balrog's name to Balrog because they were concerned about potential lawsuits. Because, like, oh yeah, a black boxer character called M. Bison. Obvious. So they gave Vega that name. And so Vega became M. Bison. But then they took the Spanish ninja character, who was called Balrog, called him Vega, and then renamed M. Bison into Balrog for some reason. Quickest way is through the Colosseum. It's a similar thing to that, like, you've made this more complicated than it needed to be. Over here we can go through that hidden, the hidden room that I was thinking about earlier. We were going through this upper area, and I was thinking, like, there's a hidden room right up there that I just can't get to right now because I can't. But since we're here, we can do it now. Holy sword. It's a good weapon that is also holy elemental. And we're back to sword-type weapons, which isn't a bad thing. They're reliable. Alright, so now we can go into the underground caverns and do everything there in one go. So we do that, we circle round to the entrance of the castle. We can grab Power of Wolf while we're there, and then go back and do the catacombs. Stopwatch is functionally useless to me now. There are various use cases for most of the items, most of the sub-weapons in this game. And each one will have some kind of use to bolster your abilities. The dagger is a long-range throwing weapon which can go across the screen. The damage it does makes it less useful than you'd like, but it's there. The axe is great for hitting enemies that are above you, but you can also use it as a close-range weapon for enemies in front of you as well if you know how to handle the arc. But for the most part, like... No. For the most part, sticking to the holy water is the best idea. Because it does damage per frame. So the only time it really becomes a liability is when you're dealing with flying enemies. Which is mostly only in Clock Tower. In the Saturn version, these stairs are broken, and the wall behind it is a door that leads to a Saturn-exclusive area called the Cursed Prison. Which connects the underground catacombs to the Marble Gallery. That's enough. this is the main thing you want the bat for before you come down here. To get into here. Boomstone. And then there's this strangeness.
Mother!
That voice! Alucard, it's you!
I'm coming, Mother! I'll save you!
No, Alucard! Don't come here!
But, Mother!
It's all right. If my death can save others, I gladly surrender my life.
Mother, no! Please, no!
Yes, Alucard. Watch me die, and remember always my last words to you.
Yes, Mother.
You must despise humans. They are to be your prey.
What?
Okay.
Better for them to die than to let them compound their sins. Begin by slaying that one over there.
No, it wasn't like this.
What's wrong? Alucard.
My mother never said such a thing.
What do you mean? Kill them and bring them happiness.
No, you're not my mother. What kind of demon are you?
You broke free of my spell.
So now that Succubus is on screen, this is officially an
Demon,
NSFW stream.
death is too good for you.
Come here, little boy, and show me what you've got.
Because if you pay attention to her sprite, she's wearing a corset, leather gloves, and leather boots. She's not wearing any underwear. God damn, when was the last time I saw that attack? Okay. So she's not wearing any underwear, and pay attention to see her breasts are exposed. The official artwork
Darling, I smell your
that the
blood.
portraits come
You're
from,
a vampire?
if you see the
Could it
full artwork of
be?
the succubus, her breasts are exposed.
That strength, that beauty. You're the son of Lord Dracula.
Death in the dream world will set your soul wandering for eternity, demon.
I like the colour balance on her
Wait,
sprite
I
though.
beg of you.
Is it's a unique sprite that doesn't return in the later games when they use the succubus character again. I say character, she becomes just a regular enemy in the later games. But the colour balance of that sprite I quite like. The red hair, the deep black of the clothing and the back of the wings contrast with the deep red of the inside of the wings and the pale skin. It's a nice colour contrast. Compare that with Alucard, who at the minute just looks a bit much. The black outfit with the gold trim, but then the bright red cape. Alright, thanks for joining us, man. You take care of yourself, buddy, and we'll catch you later. Alucard's best look in this game is when he's got the Twilight cape, which is the cape he starts with. The black with an inner red lining that glows. This is another weird detail. These spearmen are just thrusting the spears up there so you can't get through without being hurt. You just push the box along to block the water passage and flood them out. And it's the only time that happens, or anything like that happens. You don't have to do it again when you come back through, it just remains that way. And again, it's such a weird one-time detail. Going back through this area will be quicker with the Hour of War. Herald Shield. Usually around this point, I have the Ice Brand. I've done multiple playthroughs where I get here with the Ice Brand, and it's a little frustrating because the Ice Brand is an ice-based sword, and because of that it won't do any damage to the Frozen Shades.
I'll take you to a place which might be interesting for you.
And then we get the Merman statue, which will summon the ferryman at another location. Okay, that's not what I was thinking, I think. And this will take us back to the front of the castle. Another thing as well, like, all of these shortcuts you open up like this all have unique mechanisms. How is this right now? Not as good. Like, they all have unique mechanisms. They're not the same sword, the same... What am I looking for? They're not the same thing. Like, oh yeah, just open this door, unlock this door. They're all unique mechanisms to that one area, which is kind of neat. There we go. Power of Wolf. We have to kill these guys first. Alright, here we go. Power of Wolf. Explore this area real quick. That guy had a lot of health. Alright, head back to, like, finish this bit here. Head back to the underground caverns. Get the holy symbol, and then head into the catacombs. And then, after that, I think we'll just start making moves to finish the game. I do not feel like going through all of the reverse castle. That said, making moves to finish the game isn't going to be a short thing anyway. That's like at least another hour. I guess we'll deal with that as we get there. Get the secret boots. Discreetly increases height. Which, if you pay attention, you can notice that Alucard's sprite is now slightly taller. And I run. And I run. Yeah, I think like one of the main things with Symphony of the Night though is like it's such a fun, well-constructed Metroidvania game that isn't overly difficult. Guides you fairly well along the path you need to go, while offering enough in the way of going off that beaten path. forgot that's another benefit of the Fairy Familiar, that she'll point out breakable walls for you. But yeah, Symphony Night is pretty good about direction. And then you get to the reverse castle and it's just like, go wherever you want, you've got all your movement abilities now. So there's no difficulty balance here. And also just getting around is less fun. I think I'm going for 200.6% today, Clem. Let me do this the good way. It's gonna be like that. I've done it before. I've gone higher than 200.6%. Not difficult to do. It's just tedious. Like, it is so boring and unfun to do. It involves you going across every single square of the map to make sure you hit all of it. And like everything else in the game, once you get to the reverse castle, it gets worse. Like, there are specific places in the reverse castle, in the reverse caverns, where you have to, like, to get specific map squares, because the game won't register them otherwise. Like, the map squares are in water. And the water's upside down.
There is something funny about this wall.
I'll guide you to meet your destiny.
All of your transformations will be disabled if you go into water. Except maybe both? Maybe, I'll have to check that. You need to get the merman statue for the ferryman to appear here. And you need the ferryman to appear here because without him, there's a door up ahead that will not open. That door. Been prepping over yesterday. That's fair enough. I appreciate popping in, Clem. Alright, so Wolf in water. Wolf can go in water, Bat and Mist cannot. It's like, I'm thinking to myself, Wolf's gotta be able to go in water, because the way you get those those pieces on the map. It's like... This will be a perfect example. You're walking along the top of the screen because it's all reversed. You have to super jump into this position, down here, and then, while you're going up, you have to turn into the wolf to force the screen to move up, so that it will count you as having gotten that piece of the map. And you have to do that in multiple locations in these caverns. Like, it's just not fun. And I've done it multiple times, and the only difference you get for it is that at the end, instead of Maria saying, no, I won't go after Alucard, she says, yes, I will go after Alucard. And that's it. All you get for it. Ooh, ice cream. game doesn't have enough respect to do it properly. As if Code Veronica is like the main character of Saints Row 2. No, you've got to do more missions and gain more respect before I'll play you. I wonder how playable the co-op on Saints Row 2 is on Xbox now. Good co-op. I'm talking with Teak when we were doing Gotham Knights about like how fun Gotham Knights was, largely because like open world co-op and how rare that is. There's like the Saints Row series is right there. They're all open world co-op games. I suppose one thing I do really like about Symphony of the Night over like a lot of Metroidvanias that came before and after, there's no significant water section in this game. At no point are you actually required to go into water to finish the game. Unless you're going for like the good ending, where Maria decides she will go after Alucard. But if you're not, you never need to go into water, and there are no areas of the game that require you to explore underwater. Which is so nice, because, like, even all this time later, the underwater sections are usually just the worst. And Bloodstained came along, Bloodstained Ritual Night came along, and was like, great. An actual Castlevania-style Metroidvania game again. And it has like one of the worst underwater sections entirely because of the way you move in water in that game. Metroid itself isn't so bad with it. Underwater's not usually a problem after you get the gravity suit in whatever game you're playing. The exception to that being Super Metroid, at which point Meridia is just always awful. So Cerberus super easy. Jump up to one of these, Cerberus will sit and aim fire streams from each of its heads into the air. While that happens, it's locked into that animation, and it is super easy to just do a load of damage. Familiar. This is another teleport room. Go into the catacombs. No, these are the This is the underground mine, the abandoned mine. next area is the catacombs. Yeah, go into the catacombs and go right first and then left. Though if I'm gonna do that... That was weird, didn't say anything.
I'm ready to serve, Master.
Right, there we go. If we're gonna do that and then teleport out, I might as well do this with the Demon Familiar right now. So this staircase, I avoided it specifically because if you land on it, it collapses and falls down to the bottom. Which is another interesting thing that, like, only happens once. It's really kind of neat.
A switch. Why don't I press it and see?
And that is the only unique use of the Demon Familiar.
Let's go!
Now we're coming up on one of the more dangerous enemies, if you don't deal with it quickly. The Venus Weed. Known, probably worth mentioning. A bunch of enemy names are redone. Lowers defense to 1. A bunch of enemy names are changed in later games, for whatever reason. The Venus Weeds are referred to as Alraoons. Or Alraoon. Which is, I think, specifically the name of a land monster from German mythology? German folklore? I'm not entirely sure. Thornweeds are also renamed to Oons, although I think Corpse Weeds still retain the name. The gremlins we see in the room below this are also renamed to Kukaback. Those guys. Renamed to Ukabak in the later Castlevania games. Right, and the catacombs. The cat eye circlet does actually have a bit of use down here. Big HP restoration by cat damage. So if you get hit by a cat, you will get a lot of health back. There are student witches? There are witches down here. I don't think there are student witches. There are witches down here that when you kill them, they will turn into cats and run away. And those cats can do damage if they touch them. That item is literally only useful down here. Okay, we go right first and we go left, because right is shorter. Right, and this is what we're here for. Using the Echo Art ability that we got in Olrox's quarters, we can use the Echo to see through this darkened area that's full of spikes.
Don't forget that some animals can live in complete darkness.
There we go. And that is the only actual use of Echo of Bat for that room. There's an ability you can get later in the game that makes Echo of Bat do damage. And it is completely pointless because it will not do enough damage to ever be worth using. And this is what we came here for. The spike armor. Oh, sorry, the spike breaker. Spike breaker! Spike breaker! And the library card, which is... The game does that twice, I think. Here and in the Coliseum. Where the game's basically just like, yeah, this is what you're here for, here's a quick way out for you. It's more notable here though because the nearest teleport room, the nearest warp point is the one we found in the abandoned mine. There isn't one down here. And we'll use that library card, but first we're going to go to the right, to the left here, and take out the optional boss that's down here. If you think about like, without using glitches or anything, what bosses are optional to get the reverse castle ending? You've got to do Slogger and Guyve, and you have to Doppelganger. You don't have to do Hippogriff, you have to do Minotaur and Werewolf. You've got to do Succubus. You don't have to do Grand Falloon. You have... Technically, you don't have to do All Rocks if you can make your way through that dark room without hitting the spikes. You don't have to fight Karasuman. You have to fight lesser demons to get the power up. Are any of the bosses in the regular castle? You don't have to fight Scylla. You have to fight Succubus. And then you'd have to fight Richter. That might be all the bosses in the regular castle. And then in the reverse castle, the only bosses you have to fight are the ones that correspond with Castlevania 1. That's the giant bat, Medusa, Akmadan, the second, creature, yeah. Then Shaq and Dracula. Every other boss, the zombie trio from 3, Beelzebub, Galamoth in particular, don't have to be fought. The Granthaloon is a boss that Soulsteel is great for, because there's so much there that you can hit. But if you're low on health, like, you can get so much back from this because of how much there is there to hit. But also, like, there's just too many bodies for you to deal with. Soulsteel will just give you that coverage. We are at the point now, though, where you can see the bodies are only doing 1 point of damage, Granthaloon itself is only doing 6. We're at the point now where we're pretty much outclassing basically everything here. Which is something that Symphony Night kind of has a problem with, and will mostly have a problem with till the end of the game. There are some things that will start doing a lot of damage, but by this point you mostly have a way to deal with it, and you'll be getting stronger armor and stronger equipment and such that will also help negate that. Alright, so now the goal... is the World Champion again. Let's show up a quick Easter egg while we're here then. You do the super jump through the passage underneath the librarian's chair to get our life up. And also he'll drop other items, the other items he'll drop. None of them are particularly useful, except maybe one that I can't remember. I'm surprised that wasn't a retro achievement. debating whether I want to go and get the power of bat, or... Is it the power of bat, or is it just the bat familiar? It doesn't matter. Let's go and wrap some of this up. Head through the clock tower, which is the only area of the castle we haven't been to yet. And cut through the castle keep to get back to the royal chapel. This is probably my favourite musical piece in the game, called Tragic Prince. That's fire of that. So I must be thinking of the back card. That's annoying. Medusa's. Getting through the clock tower here isn't too bad. You might be like, oh, what's that about? It's a unique fucking area with seemingly no purpose. And it doesn't have a purpose, it's just a reference to Rondo of Blood. The clock tower is usually one of the worst places in a Castlevania game. And this is no exception. Though in all fairness, it's probably worse than the reverse castle. There we go. I feel like this is also a Rondo of Blood reference, because this is where you would find a net. In Rondo of Blood. Yeah, you've got to hit all 4 of those gears and get them onto the unlock sound. It's worse doing that in the reverse castle, and I think the reward for it in the reverse castle is also worse.
There is something funny about this wall.
The reverse castle clock tower is filled with those cloak knights, and there's a chance they can drop the Heaven's Sword, which is kind of a neat weapon. Which Alucard throws the sword out and it comes back to him, and it's a great ranged weapon and does decent damage. I don't know if that one cloak knight can drop it. So here we have the swinging pendulums, which is a reference to Castlevania 3. But in this context, it's actually a reference to Rondo of Blood. As they existed in this area in Rondo of Blood. Though in Rondo of Blood, they were a direct reference to Castlevania 3. This is also like the most pathetically easy boss of the game. So easy to stun lock. I like that as a cool, ominous detail. Ghost familiar. I lost horizontal momentum so fast. Yeah, power of mist. Now we can maintain mist form. Although there's absolutely no reason to. Ultimately, if you're using mist form to get around, you're doing it wrong. There's maybe, I think, 3 gates in the game that you have to use mist to get through. If you're using it to just get around, like, sure, you can get around without being hurt by anything, but it drains your magic super quickly. Getting hurt by enemies at this point is such a non-issue. And the bat can do it just as well. The only time it might be worth using mist to get around the power of mist is when you get the ability for killing Galamo. Which is Poison Cloud, which means anything you touch in mist form, you'll damage. But by that point, you've killed the hardest boss in the game, so what's the point?
I don't know if he's the one you're looking for, but I found a Belmont.
You should worry about to begin
Really? So he is here.
But the one I saw was the enemy. He was the lord of this castle.
That can't be true. You're wrong. I must go now.
Here's what we came for. What's the fastest way? All rocks is closed. I'm going too far down. No, at this point, Colosseum's actually quicker. Really hopes I'd make that. Alright. So I remember when I was a kid playing Symphony of the Night, and I really enjoyed it. And I'd finished the game, and I was playing more of it, just exploring the castle. And I found the succubus and beat the succubus. And she dropped the gold ring, which says wear clock. And then later on, I found the silver ring, which says in tower. And I figured it out. I came here and did this. And I was pretty happy with myself. And when it turned out this leads to the reverse castle, which, current opinions of it notwithstanding, was such a cool discovery, especially in the time before we really had the internet. Like, discovering all of that on your own was so cool. Super happy about it. One of my proudest video game moments. Yep.
Alucard?
In the Saturn
voice,
and
Maria?
PSP versions, you fight Maria
I'm
here.
sorry. You were right. He has
She
joined
fights you to
forces with
test
the
your
enemy.
strength.
So it was a Belmont after all.
Interestingly enough, she
But
has different
someone
movesets
must be
between the
controlling
two.
him. Whatever we do, we can't harm Richter.
But he must be
But in the
stopped.
PlayStation version, she just
I
gives you an
know.
item and sends you on your way.
Well, here. Take these with you.
What are these?
If you wear these, you can see beyond evil illusions.
Thank you. 'Tis best then if you pray for the soul of your friend.
It's also the only time you are the one who leaves the scene for Maria. Not that it makes any difference. You can't interact with her. Oh. So now we can take those rings off. Equip the holy glasses. Wait for this to open again. Goes. So while we're on our way to the castle keep, let's talk about early streams. So I am regularly now on like the really early shifts at work, which means I don't get as much of an opportunity to stream at the regular times I used to. And when I do, I'm often just really tired anyway. And that is at least part of the reason why I've not been streaming as much lately. I don't want to be streaming stuff in the day that I've started streaming later on, when my regular audience isn't as available for it. What I'd like to do is just have like a separate set of stuff that I'm doing during the day. Which is why we're doing Symphony of the Night right now. So that I can stream during the day without having to worry about the regular audience not being available and missing stuff that they may have been interested in. Generally, like, the RPGs and stuff that I'm actually really big about for evening streams when I can. And then the day, like, do some day streams for stuff that don't matter as much. Or whatever.
I've been waiting for you.
Answer me. Why is a Belmont planning the resurrection of Count Dracula?
Count Dracula rises but once every century, and my role is over. If I can resurrect him, then the battle will last for eternity.
If those are your true feelings, then so be it.
So using the holy glasses, we can see this strange orb. And we want to destroy this orb. Using the holy sword is also pretty good for this. Because Richter is... he's holy. So you don't have to worry about accidentally killing Richter.
You've defeated me, but all is not yet lost. The resurrection of Count Dracula is at hand.
Yeah, I don't know, just like whatever streams, maybe make some progress. Thanks, Tim. Make some progress and whatever. Maybe some of those non-RPGs that I wanted to do. I was debating doing Doom today. Like Doom 2016, not classic Doom. If and when I do eventually do classic Doom, I'm supposed to be doing that co-op with Flame.
No. What have I done?
Which is also the only way I can convince
Thank
him
you,
to do the
Alucard,
Hexen
for
expansions.
saving Richter.
Alucard? The same Alucard who fought alongside my ancestor, Trevor Belmont? That was over 300 years ago.
No, I'm just
No
a guy
time
who
for
happens
small
to have the
talk.
same name.
Is the person who controlled you in that castle over there?
I don't know, T.
Yes, I think so.
No.
Maria, take Richter and leave here. I'll finish this.
All
If
right.
I do, it'll probably be as
Good
like an
luck.
early day thing. My big concern with going back to it has been at least partly how long runs take. I should go back to it. I did enjoy it. How fast can I finish this game now? Yeah, I did enjoy Hades. As a big concern is just how long a single run takes. There's a bunch of time to devote to something without the option of stopping. Alright, no messing around, straight for the end. Get the 5 bosses we need and get out of here. Yeah, the reverse castle is so much less enjoyable to go around. Largely because, like, the castle's clearly not designed for this. And so it leads to a lot of your platforming having to be broken up into changing to BAP or doing the super jump or both. I do still have Hades installed. No, the real question is when am I going back to Digital Devil Saga? This is undeniably the worst looking effects in the game. These 3D wings for the Darkwing bat. I don't know why they did that. Folk Knights. One of them drops a Heaven Sword, that'd be nice. Yeah. Folk Knights all over the place in the reverse castle, and all the Medusa heads are now yellow, which means all of them will petrify. Like, it's bad enough with the Medusa heads here that putting the Mirror Cures back on is a legitimately valid strategy. No Heaven's Sword. Grab you. First decent piece of headgear we've gotten. I think quickly stop off in the library and try and get Crusader. That'll just make the rest of it quicker. It's a real shame because, like, just doing the standard castle feels kind of short and unfulfilling. But the second half of this, like, I've done this so many times and I just don't like it anymore. It's not fun doing the reverse castle. Use this so I don't have to bother with anything. Like, the jumps between these stairs are just high enough that you can't make it with a double jump. You have to go into a bat. If you dropped a Crusader for me, I would have been so happy. Alright. Do I have any... No. No items that increase slow. Come on. This kind of thing is why I hate randomized drops. With this, it's not so bad, because this isn't essential, I just want to get it to speed everything else up. It's absolutely why I stopped playing Castlevania Harmony of Despair. Which is a shame, because otherwise that game was fun. But the low drop rate on some of those items, and the necessity of some of those items to even do anything. There's also why people would only ever pick... I'm almost out of parts. There's also why people would only ever pick Chapter 10 on hard to play, and that got boring fast. That's not even a specifically Castlevania thing. And like I say, for the most part, it's not so bad because stuff isn't essential. Though I will say it's one of my biggest problems with Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. Okay, luck isn't doing anything for me. Might as well go back to the regular equipment. So I can at least kill these things in a single hit. Like, to progress the game in Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, go through the water area, you just have to know that you need the ability that one enemy will drop. And unlike everything else in the game, it's not an ability you get for killing a boss, it's a specific enemy. A common enemy. But it's an uncommon drop. But you need it to progress. And nothing in the game will tell you about that. That was the problem I had last time I did it, when I streamed it. The right side have two. No, but I don't have to crouch to hit it, so that's simpler. There it is. This is a Kasagan. 4 slashes per hit. Press the button. 4 slashes. You can use it while moving. It's not the strongest sword in the game, but 4 slashes per hit. And because this game goes by frame, the damage calculations, it's counting all 4 of those slashes. So it becomes the most useful sword in the game. And so you can see, even with the time it took to get it, we're probably still going to save time now. Having gotten it, it's probably going to take less time to finish the game now with it than it would have taken us to do it without. Even counting the time we took to get it. And then on New Game Plus, you grind this room for the Ring of Vada, which, like I say, boosts every stat by a considerable number. I think it's like 25, and you can get 2 of them. I hate this room in the reverse castle, because you just can't go through it quickly because of these little lips here. So you can't just dash through it. I also really like just how wide the Crusader's arc is. So you don't have to crouch to hit that. Like, it's super good. The Crusader does appear in later games in the series. It's renamed to the Valman Way. And it's not as strong. They nerfed it. For good reason. Like, you can see just how broken it is. But given that this has such a low drop rate, I think having it at the power it is probably fine. Go in here and do the death fight. Always with the bat. Absolutely set Blue Ruins Weeds apart, because these are some of the most annoying enemies to deal with once they get going. Like, often I specifically won't deal with moves just so I don't get the Crusader because of how much it breaks the game. Slogger and Gaibon, which, if you remember Super Castlevania 4, there's Gaibon, here's Slogger. If you remember Castlevania, Super Castlevania 4 suggests that we're near death. Which we are. Who, weirdly enough, has a different sprite there.
In the name of your father, cease this foolishness!
No idea why.
Not while there's a breath in my body.
Then for the master, I'll feast on your soul this night.
One thing that also really doesn't help the reverse castle, just in terms of interest, is that until the final boss, this is all the story you get in this area. Alright, so the last one's going to be Athmoddan. Akmodan is where we fought all rocks. I suppose one thing I'll give the Reverse Castle credit for, there are new bosses everywhere you fought a boss previously, which is nice. The technical exception to that is Doppelganger 40, who appears where you fought the Scylla Worm. Though Doppelganger 40 does have some new attacks that Doppelganger 10 didn't have. These guys though, like, goddamn, look at that damage. Those guys are the hardest thing in the game to deal with when you're playing Richter mode. Like, what was it? Did I platinumed Castlevania Requiem on PS4? The last trophy was finishing Richter mode. It's weird, there's a trophy for finishing Richter mode, but there's not one for finishing Maria mode. Well, I ended up getting past those guys by just spamming Hydro Storm. It was the only way to do it. But a single hit from them would kill Richter. Crazy. I still wearing a Spike Breaker? Yes. And more Karasuman, who weren't a threat the first time. And here we are, the final of the original Castlevania bosses to deal with. Biggest danger with him is that he'll poison you. That's all 5 pieces. Now we head back to the clock room. Weird amount of trouble pulling off wing smash in this playthrough. Another ledge that you just barely can't make. There are places where it feels like they had an idea that they were going to make the reverse castle thing, but for the majority of it, it feels like it was an afterthought and that it just doesn't work. Like it was something thrown together late in development. It's 13 o'clock. You know where your children are? And a heart refresh, which we might as well use. Show off what it looks like. Such a weird thing.
You have done well in
Yeah,
making
you
it
cheeky
this
dick
far.
waffle.
I
Come
would
to kill you
expect
again.
no less from the son of our
For the
master.
third time.
So you are the one who was controlling Belmont.
Yes.
So Shaft is
I
weird,
am
and
the
I don't
dark priest
understand how
called
it works.
Shaft. This world must be cleansed in the forge of chaos.
You kill him in stage 5 of Rondo of
Why
Blood,
did you make
and then you
Belmont
kill
lord
him
of this
again
castle?
in stage...
For centuries, vampire
9?
hunters have
You kill him again in the penultimate stage.
Power.
Like, you kill him in stage 5, then you
If
kill
two
his ghost
vampire hunters
in the penultimate
were to
stage of
fight
Rondo of
each
Blood.
other,
And now his ghost is back.
But Belmont's power is supreme among vampire hunters. None other could defeat him.
Exactly. That's why I removed him as a threat, by making him into lord of this castle.
But your plan has failed.
Has it indeed? We'll see what happens after I destroy your weak human side.
Weak human what then?
Oh! No!
You claim to love the darkness. Go then and dwell there for all eternity.
And then Shaft never came back.
But my goal is achieved.
Like,
Count
it'd be
Dracula
less
has
weird to
come
me if Shaft
purify
came back
this
after
corrupt
this.
world
But it's
with
weird
the
to me that
searing
you
flames
kill
of
Shaft and you
chaos.
destroy his ghost, and then his ghost comes back. His ghost kept coming back, sure.
Father.
Well met, my son. It's been a long time.
I was hoping we would not see each other again. I can't allow you to leave here, Father.
You have ever been the ally of humans. Have you forgotten what they did to your mother?
Think you I would forget
such
such a thing? No, but neither do I seek revenge against them.
Still uttering the same nonsense. No matter. Now is the time to put aside your weak human side and join me in remaking this world!
Dracula, in the name of my mother, I will defeat you again!
Behold my true form and despair!
Weak human what now?
Go back whence you came. Trouble the soul of my mother
God
no
damn, Dracula
more.
has a lot of health.
How is it that I've been so defeated?
You have been doomed ever since you lost the ability to love.
Yeah, it's the value of
sarcasm.
the Crusader.
For what profit is it to a man?
You can
if
make
he
it go
gains
faster
the world
if
and
you use a shield
loses
rod and
his own
Evercard
soul?
shield combo.
Matthew 16:26, I believe.
If you're after breaking the game with less effort, shield
Tell
rod
me,
plus Alucard shield
What were Lisa's last
is
words?
easier to get.
She
Because
said, do not
neither of
hate
those
humans.
drops, they're both
If you
in
cannot
specific
live with them, then
locations.
at least do them no harm. For theirs is already a hard lot. She also said to tell you that she would love you for all of eternity.
Lisa, forgive me. Farewell, my son.
I feel like this is the only time in the series we ever got an FMV of the castle being destroyed. If there was ever another time, it would have had to be Curse of Darkness, and that'd be it. The N64 didn't really do FMVs. None of the handheld Castlevania games showed the castle getting destroyed like that. All of them were just like, okay, we've killed Dracula, let's leave. And then you stood on a cliff looking over the ruins.
So you made it.
Alucard, I'm glad you're all right.
I'm sorry. 'Tis my fault you had to fight your own father.
Fear not. I had my own reasons for destroying him.
It must have been painful for
Punching
you.
him repeatedly in the face.
Indeed. But you must always
Until he
remember
was done.
that the only thing necessary for
I
evil
got
to
a lot of
triumph
health there.
is for good men to do nothing.
I understand.
Alucard, what will you do now?
The blood that flows in my veins is cursed. 'Twould be best for this world if I were to disappear forever.
I see.
Farewell then. We'll not meet again.
Alucard?
Don't you want to go after him, Maria?
No, it's best
So
this
the
way.
only thing you get
I can't
for
ease his torment.
exploring the entire
Someday,
map,
perhaps, we will meet again.
hitting
And
all
on
those
that day,
squares,
maybe.
is that Maria will go after Alucard.
I see.
And that's it. And
Let's
it is
go.
not worth it.
Everyone's waiting for us.
Yes. Let's get out of here.
Because it extends the playtime. Like, doing this now, gone about 4 hours, it will extend the playtime by at least another 2 hours just doing that. It isn't fun.
Just like
That's Castlevania Symphony of the Night. It is a classic, but goddamn do I hate doing that second half. I think ultimately, people still regard this as like the best Metroidvania Castlevania. And I think Dawn of Sorrow probably is overall better. Especially if you remove the touchscreen nonsense of having to draw the seals really quickly. Kill every boss.
Just like the sun.
Aria of Sorrow is also really good.
Sometimes I don't like the person I've become.
Ending theme is I Am the Wind, sung by Cynthia Harrell, who would later become better known for singing Snake Eater.
Should I walk the path my words so better?
This was, I believe, Michiru Yamane's second Castlevania game. She did work on Castlevania Bloodlines on the Mega Drive.
Well, the best in me is all I have to give. I can't pretend.
It's interesting to see the history of this game, in that it was mostly a side project. Konami didn't really care. Their main focus was on Castlevania 64 as being the next big installment in the series.
All things must end. Goodbye, my friend. Think of me when you see the sun or feel the wind.
Tell me about it. Konami were desperate to turn Castlevania back into its big selling franchise. But going on from PS1, like the only legacy franchise they had that ever really brought in the money they were after was Metal Gear Solid. Contra never got as big as this again. Never got as big as it did on the earlier systems, like Contra 3, Contra Hardcore. The later games see the Contra adventure and Contra Legacy. Contra Shattered Soldier on PS2 is pretty good, but I don't know how well it sold. Neo Contra I didn't really like. Contra 4 was kind of a return to the classic style, but is also like brutally difficult even for Contra. Castlevania mostly found its home on the handhelds with Metroidvania stuff, but they never sold as well as Konami was after, I think. Which is at least part of the reason why Dawn of Sorrow and Portrait of Ruin went with the anime style. They were trying to draw more people into it by making it look more appealing to a mass audience. Yeah, that was kind of it. The 3D games never really did amazingly, they never reviewed particularly well. I don't think they ever sold a huge amount. I think Lords of Shadow may have ended up being like possibly the best-selling Castlevania game. And that dropped off very quickly with Lords of Shadow 2. That didn't sell as well as they wanted. Yeah, they really had nothing aside from Metal Gear being the big seller. Pro Evolution Soccer did well enough, but never hit the heights of FIFA. And then Konami just kind of stopped that. They brought that back recently with, what was it called? eFootball? On Steam? Like, they went back into the football games. Yeah, eFootball, which reviewed awfully. It's a free-to-play football game that has mostly negative reviews on Steam, it seems. I remember there was a lot of negative talk about it when it came out. Of course, Metal Gear Solid is basically dead. Silent Hill, after Silent Hill 4, they just gave the Silent Hill brand to Western developers to do whatever they want with it, which wasn't great. Shattered Memories was at least interesting. Homecoming is a bad game that is trying to both follow design elements from the movie, trying to do its own version of Silent Hill 2 again, trying to fix the combat, which really just meant that it was more combat focused and the combat still wasn't good. Origins is not awful, but again, it tries to do a Silent Hill 2 thing of, like, your character did something horrible, and that's why they're in Silent Hill, to atone for it. Which is what Origins, Homecoming, and Downpour all do. And like, for all the problems Silent Hill 4 had, at least it was an original idea. And then Book of Memories was a Diablo clone for Vita for some goddamn reason. Metal Gear Solid became Metal Gear Solid 5, which, when I get to that game, there's going to be a lot to say about it. I can't honestly... Konami hasn't been great. You can't... It's not exactly a secret, my disdain for Kojima. But Konami was not a saint at any point during any of that Metal Gear Solid 5 period. But you look at how much money MGS5 was costing and what it was turning out to be, and I can't really blame them for wanting to take the reins away from Kojima. Even if MGS5 had been a finished game, it wouldn't have been a story worth telling. And then they did their own Metal Gear game with Metal Gear Survive, and that was just awful. And they brought Contra back with Contra Rogue Core, and that wasn't good. I think the only series Konami has that they've had original entries in at any point in like the last 5 years that have been worth playing has been Bomberman. Super Bomberman R. Even then, it's like, are you a Bomberman fan? No, well then there's not really any point in buying it. It's not going to change your mind. Are you a Bomberman fan? Cool, maybe wait for a sale. All we can really hope for Konami in the future is these collections they're doing to continue. Making the old games we loved more accessible and available. And like, if this Metal Gear Solid Collection Volume 2 makes MGS4 playable on anything other than the PS3, that will be a win. Yeah, going forward from this, like, Konami's franchises just kind of died. They were still making them, but they never sold as well or hit as well. As critically loved as the Castlevania, Metroidvania games on handhelds were, they never sold enough for Konami. Which is why Order of Ecclesia was the last one. And why they rebooted the series into something more generically appealing with Lords of Shadow. I don't think Konami had anything else. Kind of a shame to look back at that and realise, like, after the PlayStation, the only thing Konami had that was really making money in the ways that they wanted was Metal Gear Solid. I wonder what the sales numbers on Silent Hill were. the future is at least the future of Konami putting games out is at least optimistic-ish. Something you can be optimistic about. The Metal Gear Solid Collection Volume 1, which is coming with a lot. Actually kind of ridiculous. They put it out for like £50 and it's still a bargain. Like MGS 1, 2, 3, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, the NES version of Metal Gear, Snake's Revenge. Like, that's 7 games, plus the 2 digital graphic novels, plus strategy guides and behind-the-scenes documentation on the creation of them and like, whatever the master stuff was. Like, that's a lot for one collection. I'm very surprised at that. And that's something I look forward to. They're bringing Silent Hill back for better or worse. Let's remake Silent Hill 2. Which, I don't know. They're never going to make Silent Hill 2 again. And it's one of the things that makes Silent Hill 2 such an interesting thing to look at. In that almost everything about Silent Hill 2 was clearly done. It's kind of crazy just how much detail went into so much of that development. And if the Silent Hill HD collection taught us anything, it's that people who weren't there and have their own opinions on why Silent Hill 2 works and how it works, deciding to change Silent Hill 2 in any way, does not work. Why the new voice acting in Silent Hill 2 HD does not work, despite all of those voice actors being professional voice actors with more experience than anyone in the original cast. We'll see. Maybe Silent Hill 2 Remake will turn out to be a good game on its own right. I'm not hopeful for that, but... whatever else they're doing with Silent Hill 2, that Silent Hill F thing, which, like, make an original horror IP. Let Silent Hill die. Make a new game and, like, I don't know, whatever, bring back some of the people involved with Silent Hill and just say it's from the makers of Silent Hill. And you've got your nostalgia pandering right there, but also a new idea at least. Well, that's going to do it for us for today. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. May, Teak, Lim, thank you so much for joining me in chat. I don't know if I'll be back tomorrow. I am back in work tomorrow. And it's another early shift. So maybe we'll get another one of these midday streams of just like whatever. What do I have on the Steam? Maybe Doom. Maybe I'll actually finally finish a playthrough on stream. Started it twice on stream. And the playthrough of Bayonetta, maybe. Mad Max could be good for these midday streams. They just have it installed. We'll see. What am I off? I'm off Thursday and Friday. So, depending on how tired I am on Wednesday, we might get an evening stream with more Crisis Core or Final Fantasy 9. Thursday, most likely, we'll have Final Fantasy 9 or Crisis Core, one of the two. I'd like to do both, though. The question is, like, how long I'll be able to go for on Wednesday before just falling asleep will be the question. I'm up at 3 AM. We'll see. But yeah. Thank everybody for watching once again. A big special thank you to everybody in the chat, keeping company. And with that, there's not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And take care. Catch you next time, guys. Bye.